All right. Great Ace Attorney 2. It's finally happening. It's been, what, 2 years since Scarlet Study released the fan translation of the first game, and 2 years since I streamed it, obviously. And by some miracle, Capcom has actually decided to localize this series, or I guess side games, I don't know what to call it. But finally, Capcom has officially localized it and put it on every single platform known to man. And it looks really good, actually, like just graphically. But I'm super excited to play this. I've only heard like incredible things about this game, so I've also heard it's very long. But we'll get to that when we get there, I guess. So it's time.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Find myself faced with another awful crime.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Interesting. So she was our legal assistant in the first
please,
game.
I ask for your guidance.
And now she's a full-blown lawyer? Alright.
Kazuma-sama.
Oh, she... Alright, well. She kind of does this, but, you know, it's fine. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. "13th of August, that's last week." Okay, my buttons. Having not played the PC version, I gotta like see what the buttons are. Here I am again, after 9 months. The Supreme Court of the Judiciary of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good. You're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, got the gender right. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Mimbami, born in the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Why are we always defending like the best friend, like as the first case? Why is that a trope in this series? It's either like you or like someone really close to you is like, oh yeah, I gotta step it up here. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Alright. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikutova? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. Oh, is she gonna look wild? But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say anything sooner, Ray. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look, for all the world, just like a student of the Imperial Yuma University. A male student. Yeah, that's why I figured it would happen. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up forward this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. I guess some casual sexism, I assume. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women, there it is. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. She is. Yep, she's... Ray? Please don't look at me like that. With those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. I'm sorry. It's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. This is like the Apollo family's, like, you can see like all the little ticks or whatever, right? Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Also, I like the judge background, the judge portraits in the background. You can see on top here. It's just like random pictures of judges. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. I don't remember if that was in the original because I don't know, I played on a tiny screen. Now I'm playing at like 1440p and then like I could barely like have the text fit in my field of view.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there was to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this?
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case.
Ah yes, the classic, the classic.
I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Yeah, my first thought was that it could be a famous prosecutor, but I realized like for case one, they wouldn't do that because usually case one, you dump the prosecutor. Usually it's like the joke prosecutor, like one of the pains or whatever. So HD. Oh my god, we look so good.
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. A prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready.
Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Is that correct? Sorry? Oh, yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Well, Counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean, yeah, her eyes are doing the same thing that the other guy did. Yes. I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first, and not to overdo it. That's right, Ryunosuke. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors too either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is,
his cousin.
That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in the matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them. Tut tut tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is as big as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo law attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Uh-oh. Yo, chill. Her? Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm trying to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, his eyes are wont to flit. The eyes are like slightly blurry. But I'll forgive them. This is a 3DS game.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for the proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom.
9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at a time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy.
So, Counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself. Exact same animation. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Whew, that's simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only to use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course. The court record. Yes, the answer will be among all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use the E button to open the court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with E. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with E. That's where the information will be. People. I see. This is the guilty party from the first case in the first game. We are, I don't know, some deja vu here.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Giselle Brett.
Yes!
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. So they Capcom translated "hi" to yes, like as literal as possible, which makes like I think less sense in like an English context, but Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of
Killer.
I will be thorough and like actually read the thing. Is it even here? Let's see, people. Yeah. Why is it's like Z is back and you know whatever.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson. We can't use Watson, that's it's not legally distinct enough.
Was shot dead.
I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotova? This is the judge talking. Okay.
Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on the suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Ms. Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after her trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Ms. Brett according to our empire's laws. it was decided she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before? That will do. I am satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. All we had to do was like, who was the victim and why are they important? That's it. The standards are rock bottom. Absolute rock bottom for lawyers. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Alchi. As is your wish, Your Excellency. It probably took them 9 months to, like, get all the paperwork done. Like, it was probably decided, but, like, you know, bureaucracy is hard. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August, in broad daylight. Seagulls! On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death, Mrs. Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about powerful motive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut tut tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membani-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh no. Oh no. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Ms. Brett 9 months ago? The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's underlying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... Ah, shit. I guess it's being alone together. Although, the motive did tell me something I didn't know before. Although maybe it was in the court record and I didn't pay attention. Mimbani-san. Yes, what is this? Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Ms. Brett, for starters. I was just asked to accompany Ms. Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear, at the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Ms. Brett to her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Ms. Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution counsel and what he said about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Aochi. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder... Could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Ms. Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Ms. Brett was told to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But, in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was the young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Ms. Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of her mentor, for whom she had had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Ms. Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Alright, let's go scan here. We got some masks. Some masks in this suitcase. Got some drinks tipped over. Yeah. I guess I can see more later. As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Look at this photograph. Alright. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally, the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, might I add, is a highly respected police detective. It better not be the same one for the first game. Well, yeah. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. Excuse me? Aye. Takatsuchi Auchi have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago here in this very courthouse, where that irrelevant little student boy utterly humiliated me. Oh god. Ryunosuke Haruono! What? Yes? This insult to the Auchi family name will never be forgotten. You've come conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Ching! Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there had been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe, the Auchi I mean, I guess. There's some minor clipping involved, you know, like, oh, so there's some model clipping right there. Don't worry about it, you know. You see? It looks okay. Don't zoom out. I zoom in. It makes it look worse. Oh, actually, I guess it's not clipping. It's his hair is just that stupid. I'm sorry. I thought it was clipping because I thought this was a whole like circle, but it's not. You see, this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse from my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence. Today, I face another Yoko student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
Yep, it's him. Oh, and it's him. Yep. Familiar faces.
Witnesses. Please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. You got a turtle hat. Or maybe it's a real turtle, I don't know. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out. A satirical I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
Like this guy, he's got some paint here. The eyebrows are struggling. Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You need me in all of me.
I needed?
It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even.
Yeah.
What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know.
I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could surely never forget him.
Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face?
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Nah, I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all the testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san?
Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone.
They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scrupper my privacy.
As you can see,
The conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
thank you very much.
He practically threw that paper at me. I didn't get it yet. Oh, not yet.
We got the article.
Alright, I'm gonna look at the evidence first.
There's some feathers here.
This stabbing thing, but probably gonna be important.
Nope, he's still doing the poses. There's Cat. We got Cat. Cat. There's cracked lines here. Interesting.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Ms. Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Ms. Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. A detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. He is fucking dying. He's dying. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Alright, first testimony. It's been an hour. Well, less than an hour. 45 minutes. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. Why that disguise? Why? I just managed to catch that crab when suddenly I heard a caterwaul from behind me. What the hell is a caterwaul? Alright, time to look it up. A shrill howling or wailing noise. Okay. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes. That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Consul? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. I don't know. RM. Raymond Mommy. Alright, we gotta find someone else named RM. The initials of the defendant. No! This fountain pen will be immediately as critical evidence.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor out here 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Let's see. So, ordered special assignment in the disguise. Press is Q.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn the swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the English woman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and true outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late on arriving on the scene, I would perhaps think you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Alright, Soseki's... Oh, got achievement. Prime presser. Let's see. So you heard a scream, so let's press.
Hold it!
Ah! You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san. In more literate terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Kia! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the Englishwoman commanded the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off the hut-wise. Let's see. So, Hosonaga ran into the hut. Oops. Back.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Mei Membani-san. Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Noren curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped aside, only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. My glasses nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes. How thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? Ah, you like the literary man's opinion? Yes, yes, yes!
Hold it!
Yeah, we already know from the court record that she was only stabbed once. Right? Yeah, only one single wound was identified, so.
Stabbed wildly. You actually saw her do it? No, indeed. The terrible specter, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment.
That was incredibly hard to read.
Eek. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe. So do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described? No. Yes. I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream. Hence, my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds though, the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear. How awkward.
Yeah, it's a pretty subtle hint, I guess, but it is like the second game, so like it's kind of like a warm-up. Might as well press on this. Stab the wounds multiple times, so this is probably the statement I have to contradict. Wait, this is back. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, that's because I went back, though.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. No. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right. Saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Damn, you gotta do him like that? I mean, she's not wrong, but...
Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness.
Oh no, I just have so many thoughts rolling around in my head. It's all I can do to just stand here, wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear, you must really try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find inconsistency in which these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even...
a delusion.
What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one surefire way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use the E button. Pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare to what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with R. And the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Yes. Alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to testimony again from the start.
Alright. Zoom.
Wait, wasn't I told to press R to present? Or is it R in this? It's R in this screen, I see.
Objection!
Now you gotta do the pose. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. This is a new tune, I think.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you just said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What?
Get to the point, please, counsel.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed.
Let's just enjoy the jam. Yeah, that's good.
And Soseki-san,
Me?
You couldn't have seen Minbami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did.
Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and... It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True. Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sosaki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be. Excellent work, Susato.
You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. I think I got an achievement.
Objection!
Wow, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right.
There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. You don't have to do him like that. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it will make not a jot of difference. What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged a deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow.
And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. My man is about to just become full ball at the end of this case, I'm pretty sure.
I am in agreement. I am in agreement with this prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade,
then we are back to where we started.
Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent, as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the counsel hear your answer then. Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could... this is the only one that doesn't kill us. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining it. You just said that she... Well, actually, no, he said that it wasn't. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mbani-san was compelled to act when she faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Damn, even the dad's like, kind of a reach.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Forensic medicine primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you have it. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she would have claimed ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Ms. Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Susatsu! Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause to the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Alright. Heavy bleeding, pulling out the blade. Let's see. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out really, but the blade is like a softener in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ugh. Back to the witness testimony, please.
Let's see. Basic knowledge with any ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Raymond Bani-san, does not possess... Oh no. Does not possess an ounce of sense. Alright, well... Guess it's over. We're playing the insanity case already. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not so sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. That's so threatening. Oh dear. That recalled me rather badly. It's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Mbani-san would clearly have been aware of it. No good reason why the defendant would try to pull the knife out.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? What? Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Mbani-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. Witness, fledgling to defender, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mbani-san. Yeah.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mbani-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant, despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mbani-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Ms. Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like this when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in a courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court records dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence. I haven't done it yet, so... Sure. There's more for me to read. Yes, Father. Spartan guidance is what I need. I think I might be overdoing it slightly, but... Very well. So, open the court record. Let's take a look at the fountain pen.
Press space to examine it.
Yes, the initials RM. There they are, clearly engraved on the barrel.
By using the arrow keys, you can look at the piece of evidence from all angles. Arrow keys. You should have a good look at everything to make sure you haven't missed any clues.
Yes, I will. I just need to rotate the pen with the arrow keys.
Are you happy there? I guess I do.
Oh, this looks, There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Let's see.
They kicked me out immediately, so
The emblem is important. Is the emblem somewhere else?
like this has got to be used somewhere eventually. Oh god, I gotta flip this.
It's so filtered. Been run through like a post-processing filter. This is a newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume. Oh, not again. From Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen.
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully. Yeah, I mean, I can use arrow keys, but I can also just drag.
You can play the game with like just the mouse if you wanted to, honestly. It's on the front page. Rauka's English Returnees Tell All. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, isn't it, Father? It looks like, though, it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt. Oh, done. The back side is a separate entry. Oh, and I can read it. Let's see. Following a lecture by Soseki, there's a disturbing incident. Deadly poison was stolen. Smallest amount entering the body by the mouth or by a wound. From a blade, for example, would be fatal minutes. Methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. Universe have been consulted. Symptoms occur in minutes. Impaired breathing. Contraction of the pupils prior to death. Interesting. read the. I didn't actually read this, so. The time of death. Well, pupil constriction. Really makes you think. So it's gonna be something like she drank it, and then the stabbing was after she drank it. Like the stabbing was irrelevant. It was to hide the poison. But the current problem is that the poison is linked to Ray. So we had to figure that part out. Actually, do I need to like... I guess there's nothing to Inspector Reno. Okay, what do I need to look at? I think the first 2 lines I'll deal with. No good reason why she would have tried to pull the knife. So the poison, I could present the poison article here. Because maybe she thought like the blade was laced with poison and she tried to take it out. That's my guess. Let's see what else I can look at here. Motive. Yeah, I think line 3 is like clearly what needs to be presented at. I guess I'm presenting this shit, so.
Objection!
No. There is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Huh. The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at Imperial Yuma Unit.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But... Prosecutor Archie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article? The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would have never done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in an article where it says... Oh, better double check. I think page 2. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Ms. Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Miss Bimbani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from her victim's body to not accelerate the woman's demise. But... Well, actually I read that wrong. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claimed she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you your grounds. I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in the modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in a newspaper article? Clear link between this case and the poison. See, I'm not actually sure what it's supposed to present here. I feel like I want to present the article again because this case, fuck it. Wait, oh, I've got to save scum. Alright, we mashing boys. How exactly would you explain that? Oh, fuck. I'm not sure. Okay. We must use our heads. The article in the paper had details of the toxin. Now, where have we seen similar details? Is there something else that talks about the toxin? I have like 4 pieces of evidence. Yeah, I know it's weird to link the article to the article, but my intuition was like, This case and the poison. Is there the poison talked about anywhere else? Or is this the line like they want me to like talk about, like the pupil constriction?
Yeah, okay. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Ah. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
Well, what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In a newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence.
You yokel student, yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No. Eugen Mikotoba.
Yes, Your Excellency?
I believe you are the best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument.
You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft.
Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father.
It's a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded. By Ray. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray.
Mambani-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sosaki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential. Some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Mr. Zelbrett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Ms. Brett. But she just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to pinpoints, tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you believe that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I'd hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you have confessed in the end.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's just barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Bonnie-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Ms. Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Auchi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined that there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself. What the? Okay, you can't just, like, hide evidence, like, from the defense. Like, kangaroo court, man. This seems like important evidence. You can't do this. Could a more damning shot is this? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Mambani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No. I don't believe. Ah. I feel like it's a little proof shit, but...
Order. Counsel for the defense.
Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break? These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. What kind of comeback is that?
Careful now.
Susato is starting to show her face here.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
Incriminating photograph. I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve the entire time. Like, what is this angle? It's like from the inside. Like, it would be like on the right here, I guess. There's like sort of a hole here, but that's the wrong angle, I want to say. Yeah, it's a little bit of the wrong angle. But he didn't start out with this, so there's clearly something gonna be bad with this photo. Ah, this line is familiar. This line. This line. Right here. Bad camera. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. But wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you, I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Ms. Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Ah! I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? So silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is that the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim, and the scene it captures is, without a doubt, the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no. Susato, this is time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in the court of law. If I can't determine who took the photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, counsel? Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I know the connection. I don't know if I know the person. Do I know, like, who took this picture? Let's see. Like, is it public evidence, like, we know the photographer of this picture? Man. Well, I guess the correct thing is I should, like, reread, like, the check. Let's see. Doesn't say. People page. We just have the people that are here. Spectre. This fucker. So I think I choose the technical answer is like we don't actually know, but I think it's just like this. We have the answer, but we don't know the name. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. Ah, yes, the classic stall. What? No, you can't possibly. But, as you so boldly claim you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe that you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. What piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? So I present this. R.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, on the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
Good gracious.
yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, on the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside of a hut inside at the beach, Counsel.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of
Camera's defect.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear in every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But
there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Alchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper?
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
What? I see why you were called a raucous England returnee.
What are you reeling about? You've already testified. It's... Oh God. Menimemo.
It's Menimemo, I tell you. Menimemo.
Mo. Soseki-san? What was that? Did you say meanie men? It's like, I think it's supposed to be like eeny meeny miny mo, but like yeah, we'll let it go. I hate this name so much.
Ever since I returned to Japan, A reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Minimimo. Yes, haunting me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Minimimo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Minimimo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. All right, you can't just write RM. I didn't make the connection yet. All right, you gotta calm down. Oh, water break. All right. Well, I don't know how far we are. There you go. Enjoy the other courtroom tunes. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility. I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I'd hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in my mind about my innocence? That you stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the shitty streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by your side. Uh-oh. And be always on your... Stand by you and always be on your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. You'll be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw was true. Is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes. I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on that blade by now. The trouble is, it's still a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. No, I see. Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. That's convenient. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Sosaki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction, said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, certainly your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sosaki-san's curiosity has been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Sosaki-san knew about the poison? Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This... Many Memo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal has been given permission by authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sosaki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to the office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Huh. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo? Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Professor Alchi, have you summoned a new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? Why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined a knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the regent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we may need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel? What were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
In short, the accused people excused earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ah! Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Writes in mini memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalists.
I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch all of those scoops, so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people. Minimamo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in the Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format. 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takasuchi Aochi. That's Takesuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What?
Witness.
Yes?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Some stories call to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my mini memosium. Mini memosium? Ah, yes. I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself in Soseki-san. Right, yes, right. That was me, Mini Memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoryu News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's word had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my mini memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right? Here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I can hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Mini Memo-san. You will now grant a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Reed screens, you say? Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and brings some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hottening up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's mini memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear that we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and the testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Yeah, his suspenders are probably like dead. He probably needs like 10 a week or something. All right, press for everything. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journal instinct. Could you think of a better reason? No, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the woman as the journal as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop knows no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many memoism. It's basic journalism. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right. So if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness. What sight before your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
Hold it!
Started arguing. So you actually saw Mambami-san entering the hut? Yep. And she was raging like my journal spirit. And that argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But his students' rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, she pulled the knife, throwing things from on the floor.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Okay, this seems like important evidence to have. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad. When I first peered through the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. By the way, Mini Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. So you didn't converse with Ms. Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor?
I think that the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you?
I will grant the defense's request.
Mini Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of mini Memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once stepped foot in the hut. Interesting. That is a very strong statement. That's actually the last line. Yeah. For some reason I thought there were more lines that we haven't gone through yet.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you then, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hands tight enough to snap the shot.
You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera.
Many Memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many Memoism comes out on top. Huh. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel with my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish.
If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel.
I suggest you trust in your instincts and press him on everything he said, as you've no doubt done many times in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this press often. I know exactly what to do. Am I supposed to press more? Oh, let's take a look at the evidence. Oh god, it's multiple pages. So I guess since you can see the doorway, that means he's on the back. Like he's like on this side. For some reason from the perspective, I thought he was like on top here, but I think he's directly behind so he can, you know. So we all know what's about to happen and what really happened. He is not the X. But yeah, you know, clearly there's a little shoop, whoop, whoop, through the wall. But yeah, I thought he was the top two, but like from this angle, it looks like, because you can see the doorway. God. I think it's more of a straighter look than it is. Like clearly, oops. Clearly there's a little hole up here. Which is, you know, right in front of where she's sitting. But as to what to present, this is very interesting. I feel like the end of line text is supposed to tell you to like press stuff so you get the last line. But oh, this is a new line. Was it? Because oh, I don't have it because I couldn't skip this line. I mean, look, you can see the doorway from the photograph angle, and like, there's clearly a hole up here. So if this is the doorway, then this is the angle. I mean, maybe he's more like this or something, you know, but so. Okay. Oh yeah, so we went from this statement and give me a statement at the end, but I don't think I've actually pressed these two statements afterwards.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decide not to make a story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on pencil. I mean, that's basic mini-memoism. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice? Ha, obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did he just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph, and this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said. Nothing more to be said, huh? So never once set foot. Let's see. Or spoke. Well, the pen is like the obvious thing to present, I think, right? Because like this is like, what? That's what right click does? Right click goes back? Okay. Like, clearly this is his pen. Is that what the game wants me to present? Also, I should probably like look at this, I guess. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Can't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Oh, I hit right click. Right click does not scan, or does not rotate. Nothing appears out of the ordinary. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. I was done with that anyway. I keep hitting right click to like try to rotate. You know, in other games you hold right click to rotate the objects. I'm doing it. I'm hitting the R button. You can't stop me.
Objection!
Mini Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoryu News on my arm. In a way, that's more mini-memoism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for these papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Mini Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray and Mamami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No! Write-in mini memo, RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of mini-memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Mini Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Jazeel Brett in that beach hut? The fountain pens getting ink all over? I'm left-handed, so, you know, I explode if I use anything like that. If I touch the paper. Being left-handed sucks.
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. I went right click. Clue on the fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Oh, I'm supposed to present it, not examine it. Yeah, I already read this. This is of some kind. I know. R.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Mini Memo-san. Goodness me. It's the emblem of the Show You News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mini Memo-san, how do you respond? No!
Order, order. Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I use nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter on the behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the interviewing. Why is perjury like legal in Ace Attorney universe? Just fucking lie. Just lie and eat hot chip. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook this meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it. Yes, alright. But on one condition.
Okay, condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, it's not a harmless one. It's big. What? Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something? I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now.
Oh God. Just make up shit. I swear to God. You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true, yes.
He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the Withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and it will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Ms. Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
I assume this is where we get, like, introduced to the other game mechanic of where the other witness interjects.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Whew, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't seem quite to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I'd say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Ms. Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Many memoists will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure.
Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. Okay, random hotel.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over, from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me while traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I can think. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to reside in my courtroom, please. And now, we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Ah! And what did you, yokel hack? What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Ms. Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't. She said nothing in response. But...
when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence,
I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will!
I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was? He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than to remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the English woman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. Oh dear. Soseki-san really has developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report of his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the English woman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yeah, that's alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Oh, that's interesting.
Hold it!
Ms. Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut.
Yes. Which was, it can't be denied, the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Sosaki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The English woman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly. In a very different direction to where the girl was standing. Somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! No! The headlines are writing itself. Dashing lawyer hopes dashed. Oh, that is a line. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. Sitting in the back, listening. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beachhead that was empty but for herself and Ray? Girl. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out, girl. Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? Yes?
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh? To what end, counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time, and mustering all of her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Here. R.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo. Is that how that works? And I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Ms. Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. What? Order, order, order! But student lawyer Naruhodo's Esquire. That makes no sense. Student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire? What the? That makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding, getting my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Auchi, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that this is precisely the way Ms. Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? I really want to point at this hole. I'm not sure this is what the game wants, but I'm gonna send it. Is it though? What's that have? No, I have more than 5 lives. I have save scum powers.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust was delivered from outside the beach hut. So I think in the first game, like, if you ran out of hit points, you died. But this game was released after Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, where if you ran out of hit points, you just started over at the line you died at. I believe, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works in those games. I actually don't remember how it works in Great Ace Attorney. I believe it was different for some reason.
Objection!
I think in this game, this series, I think you still have to save scum, but I'm not sure. I'm sure we'll find out one day. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit to the court, for the court. Where this photograph is a trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut. Click R.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In this screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having forced through the reeds. Okay, I didn't think this was caused by a blade. I thought this was caused by like pulling the reeds apart, to be quite honest. But yeah, sure. You go off. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in many memo-san. It could have only have been you. No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death, inside the beach hut, I confronted Ms. Brett. But she just sat on a stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of the person standing on that stool. My word. So in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to the back delivered through the read screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Ms. Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut before the defendant, Mbani-san's, apologized. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Minimemo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. It's okay, there's still more. This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Aochi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and... Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside of the hut, through the read screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where was she stabbed? How was she stabbed? It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing's hinges on something else. Poison. What? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. That poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Ms. Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see, I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Ah, Given that her pupil were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Tish, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Ah! Order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water. Carbonated water? Not wine? Alright, we can't afford to call it wine. The rating I said the rating for this game already am. Whatever. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of this beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Ms. Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem this trial is not destined to end yet, after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. I'm not about to start now, because that's mini-memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So, you admitted then that everything happened as I described, that you were the one who stabbed Ms. Brett in the back through the read screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and let murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged that blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it.
That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I made such progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Let's go. Think of Kazuma-san and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Alright, you stabbed the lady. Oh, I hit tab. Well, hopefully that didn't do anything else. So you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Ms. Brett then? Ha! That woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Obviously.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in a space of minutes. What a day for the victim. Do some of that evil, and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago? Hmm? Interesting. That's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Mabani-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please. I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency, this is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Okay. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
That's what she said earlier. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Ms. Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed by the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikatoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Oh, I just realized I got a quick save icon.
Ms. Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we had been developing, you see.
And since Sosaki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison.
I want to look my own enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
The quick save icon was here. It was like a little book icon. Oops, sorry, I had the wrong thing open. Wrong thing clicking. You can see the timestamp right here, see? This is about 30 seconds ago. But there was a little book icon. Yeah, the autosave. I was like, oh, it autosaved in the middle of the like press. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Ms. Brett about the poison. I told her that if there was to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would have to be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And just how did Ms. Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled the beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Minimemo-san, one small question if you don't mind.
I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Ms. Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you've heard? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoryu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Ms. Brett, word for word. Ah. Well, Minimemo-san, as a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Mini-Memoism. Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. This will be important. So that's what it's all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. What? Although, it might surprise you to learn, I am a bit of a impetuous pepper reporter as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Ms. Bread, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Minnie Mimosam first found the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic seems entirely reasonable. But there's no question that the man was responsible for Ms. Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. So, it's him misunderstanding, like, the poison. But even I don't remember what the hell was said. So this is the article that he wrote. Right? So it's probably something to do with the fact that, like, he thinks it can't be detected because we have a bottle which has been created in secrecy. So, like, I don't think the reporter knows about the bottle, the fact that it can be detected. Is there a report of what Ray talked about with Giselle? That's probably in the testimony. I can compare.
Hold it!
Yeah, I guess it was the article. I guess, like, the thinking was probably like he poisoned Giselle, and he thought that there'd be no way for people to know that she was poisoned because it was, like, not detectable. So that's why he stabbed her, so that there's an obvious poison. Oh, what if I just present this? What do you think would happen?
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something to the court. Did you glean all this information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mbani's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have to be possible for her to have slipped the poison into Ms. Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Mini Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Ms. Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison while the defendant was present.
In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mbani-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked to the hut, I immediately started to press Ms. Brett about the poison. At which point, Mini Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Oh, that part, okay.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. Extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Oh. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing.
None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed.
Mbami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you.
Right in, Mini Memo.
Ah, yes. This is the objection theme from the first game. This theme gets me hyped every fucking time. Or this is not the objection theme, this is the what name? Yeah, mini memo. Like like writing mini memo. Yes.
Yeah.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to that waiting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unnatural symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is Extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Damn. Lost hope!
Okay.
Ah! You pathetic, useless fallen samurai.
Fallen?
Who are you calling fallen?
My burgeoning growth is... I don't need a counter argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it sound all so plausible, don't you? Without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Fox, what do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what Shoyu News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
Ah!
But there can't be any questions of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case... As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day, the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country boy? Why is there like... My point is this. There's one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen that poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence.
What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
That's a good question.
Stole the poison on the day in question. All right, let's go take a look at the evidence. We don't have that much. Let's see. So following a lecture on the 11th of August, that's when, okay, so that's 11th August is when he learns of it. The death is also the 11th of August. So stole the poison on the day in question. So I feel like that's it. What do I present? Or fuck it, sending it.
Take that!
No. Nope, no. The file in which the poison kept is still in the laboratory, which means that the thief must have transferred a quantity of it to another container. Ah. Don't give it all away. Okay. Okay. Damn, got owned. So basically, we present the pen, and they're like, "Oh, you gotta prove it," and then we're gonna use the bottle on the ink on his hand, the reason on his hand. But do I have to like examine shit? If we take out the pen's lid. Oh, I hit right click. God damn it. I mean, I guess this is probably later. Like, use the regent on the pen or something later. It's a very nice pen. Oops, I turned on autoplay. Turn off auto. Oh god, turn off autoplay. Oh god, how do I turn off autoplay? F. Alright, sending it. Okay. Damn it. This is later. I'm getting baited by this. What else are these there? I don't know. I'm just gonna fucking mash. This is probably also wrong. Yeah. Like, what the conversation after and what the judge is asking are like different things, I want to say. Yeah, that chill. Let me figure it out. It's fine. Let me play the game. Like, could be the Botterino or some shit. Okay, there's finally many pieces of evidence.
Take that!
We will get there. Okay. We'll get there. Actually, out of curiosity, I want to die to see where it sends me to. We'll mash. All right, we're getting there. Okay, where do I get sent back if I die? Oh, guess we're guilty. Oh no! Court is adjourned. From this scene? Ah, so that's the beginning of like the section, I guess. Oh, no, it's this line. I might have to like examine evidence also. It's annoying. But shit. Does this work? No. All right, we're blasting all of it. This is you know, We're getting there. Okay, so I think I do have to examine more shit. I think there's something I'm not examining. Because it can't be the last thing. Well, there's the knife. There's the knife, and then there's the diagram.
Take that!
Yeah. Some, like, I don't know. Am I supposed to examine the pen again? Like, maybe I did a really bad job examining the pen. Because clearly the hint after is like, find a container, and like, it's the pen, right? But like, I couldn't find anything to actually, like,
Take that!
do. Yeah. Right, let's see. Another container, which you can do in the pen, and like, they're not gonna check the pen. Alright. Is there a, can I check it again? I hate this game. I mean, it makes sense. Nothing appears out of the ordinary. God damn it. Wait, what? Alright. Yes, you fooled by drawing ink from the bottle up to the nib. Is something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't seem to be appear any ink in there. That's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Run out fucking more.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe that they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup can of sumptuous ink and one's work is awash with the words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it to the nib again, of course. My word. Can this really be? Well, Mini-Memo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity. That never happened. True. We've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mini-Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act, whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Oh god. You claimed I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fire, find upstanding citizen with a trick like that. Think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see it, the situation is now very simple.
It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question, and therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist. Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then.
I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen used to steal the poison. Oh, help this.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I.
It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah.
This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, allowing each head to foreign nation. I looked for my pen. All the injustice, the prejudice. It's been many. Oh shit. Susato, with me. I'm here. Damn, you got smoked. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did your Englishwoman end up dead? I went into the hut intending to quiz her on her situation. That's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying her full freedom. Evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to the justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. I came under the pressure from the government, you see mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Minimemo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Oh. Ah, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo's, Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts? Oh, God. Prosecutor Aochi. I, Taketsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a Kala youth, not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural alignment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence!
Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade.
But that is the true path to Ouchiism.
Ouchiism?
One hopes that that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top knot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takeuchi. Ah! Goodbye, hair. They put so much work in that animation that I've played once. Now, in regard to the defendant, Raymond Bami-san.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you...
Yay.
Court is adjourned.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do to just stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato, Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together, we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this former super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, with a little caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we've really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
Uh-oh. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
What's milk bar? Oh, let's hit up Google. Milk bar. I don't know what I expected. That got me absolutely nowhere. I think it's literally a bar where you drink milk. Possibly. Uh-oh. I don't know. I mean, the initial Google results, if I typed in milk bar Japan or about breast milk,
And I'm not sure if that's what was intended, so I'm leaving.
Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? What is happening? Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba. I don't... So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Poor Soseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. One extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. After Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I'm the chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on a steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though, that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter when Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, a great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University, but I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and that you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's the only explanation I can think of. Dear me. Do you reserve your most cunning glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't. Ah! Let me go! Minimomo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship, that he'll never... Ah! Oh, shit. Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaws arrived, Eugen. It's a good job I came by. I never expected them to give the judge like a talking model profile. Yes, thank you for dealing with them, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. Ha 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 ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. Oh god, he has a name? Oh my god. That means he's gonna be important. That means it's gonna be a wild ride. I must say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken a more dashing appearance, Susato. Did you know all along? From the start of the trial? Ha 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 ha. A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro had known and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, I haven't ruled on that case. We now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go, Father... Sorry, my dear. We have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. Well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san, Esquires. Could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What's it? What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again here like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness, locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on the ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. Do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I can never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public was aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous highness case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
Case 2 is the in the first game is the boat case. Yeah, it's not even a case. It's really just they're on the boat.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
There you go. There's your recap of the first game and like the entire ending of that case.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Bam! First case of Ace Attorney 2. Honestly, as a case, I thought it was okay. But obviously, the lore bomb in the last 5 minutes definitely gonna set up some wild shit later.